Hello, good evening. Welcome again to another Train Simulator live stream. Train Sim World 5 and Train Simulator Classic. We're covering the Midlands and the South East tonight. And a good evening to Christopher and Amaze Taze as ever, my two loyalist fans, and keeping me company as ever in these live streams. It's great to see you again, and to all other viewers as well, whether you're chatting or not as well. A good evening to everybody. Sorry to hear, Amaze Taze, that you are not feeling the very best at the moment, and hope you are getting a little bit better. And hope you're getting better with that cold. So a quick look at what we've got in store, by the way. Class 455, Woking to Waterloo. Cross Country HST, Birmingham New Street to Derby. Hopefully we'll arrive into Birmingham New Street this time. Then the ROG Class 37, Gillingham to Rochester, then Rochester to Faversham, and then finally the Class 323 on the Cross City line, which will be a run from Bromsgrove to Four Oaks. Yeah, absolutely, yes. I've got a coffee on the go, and yes, and he always comes in at the very start of the stream, just gives me a little thumbs up just to confirm that it's actually working, that the stream's all okay, that everything's coming through okay. So he's just come through to give me a thumbs up, and then the plan will be round about halfway through the stream, about half time, then he's going to come in and drop off another cup of coffee, hopefully, fingers crossed. Good evening as well to SCS Southwestern. You've certainly been busy this week, haven't you, with those videos covering both buses and trains, amongst all other things. And hope you're all well. And I know Amaze Taze isn't in the best of health, and I hope you, it's perhaps a night to chill out and watch a few trains go by, all being well. So we're going to start off. So the first two runs are on Train Sim Classic, and we're going to start off with the Class 455. We're going to take a run from Woking to London Waterloo. Made a mistake already. It's not 2F20. It's 2 Foxtrot 60, isn't it? So that's the one. Yeah, he certainly is, and you can understand why he's got such a following, Jeff Marshall, Christopher. It's, I mean, it's not just, you know, the shortish videos, but it's the knowledge, the interest that goes into them, and you know, he just has everything in a good shape. And I think it's one of those things where even a casual you know, sort of non-train enthusiast will be interested about some of the things he talks about, and the things in and around London. He shows off his knowledge absolutely brilliantly. Yeah, he does. He certainly does. And, you know, I've seen him. I think it's a great shame. I don't know the story behind it, but he used to do stuff with Vicky Pipes, who was also, you know, equally as geeky. She was his partner for some time, and they seemed really well suited. So it was a real shame that they split up. And some of the early videos, they were together. But I have to say, I can't ever complain about their videos. Right, we'll get there eventually. Let's get the doors open here at Woking. So I haven't opened them now, have I? Have I done something silly here with the... No, we're definitely on there, aren't we? Right, that's better. Let's get the lights on as well. You might have noticed on the preview video I didn't switch the lights on immediately. So where are we going to? Actually, we should be able to go back, I think. It'd be easier to get that set up to Waterloo. I mean, we are going by Surbiton. I've no idea whether it's line 10 or not, but it'll do for now. Oh, brilliant! Ah, that's this is the Armstrong Powerhouse Pack SCS Southwest. Now, I have downloaded as well the Yowie pack to go on top of that as well. However, it seems to be really awkward in terms of the antivirus stuff and that, and I've tried disabling all that, so I'm kind of not sure whether it's definitely actually installed it or not. But we've certainly got the Armstrong Powerhouse pack in, but the idea is that just takes it a step above that. They've added a few new features to it. This is an Armstrong Powerhouse scenario as well, and I tell you what, I'm very jealous, Christopher, about going on that Northern Belle. That will be yeah, that'll be well worth doing. Let's get the brakes off. Might help if we shut the doors first, I reckon. We will get moving in a minute. So the doors are shut. We're on forward. Oh, wait a minute. Help if I switch that off, wouldn't it? There we go. Yes, I can certainly imagine, but I tell you what, I reckon it'll be worth every penny. Yeah, I'd love to see some footage of that, yeah, you might get the chance to put up a YouTube video. That would be absolutely awesome. And I say, well jealous. Is that one of those that's just for the one day, or is it over a couple of days? But either way, I'm sure you'll be well fed and well watered, so to speak. I bet it'll be amazing. I don't think that matters anyway, because I think sometimes I think that the thing about some of these train videos is that, you know, it's that balance, because sometimes they can almost be a bit too on the geekish side. So I think a video like that would be amazing, actually. Ah, brilliant! Yeah, no, that will be absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure you'll be wined and dined. That would be marvellous. But yeah, certainly love to see some footage of that. And yeah, I'm very envious, I have to say. That's something I would absolutely love to do, and maybe one day. Yeah, I can't remember whether you said actually. Is it a? Yeah, you did say it's a steam train, didn't you? But do you know what steam is expected to be at the helm on that day? I might just. The only thing is, it's nice to hear the sounds, but it gets a bit noisy. So I'm going to shut the window there. West Byfleet is our very first stop. And I'd better not look as though I've been taking on too much wine today, so try and get the stop in time. Kind of chose this. I mean, this is one of the runs that comes with the pack, but I thought, well, let's do Woking to Waterloo rather than the kind of more obvious Waterloo to Hampton Court. Yeah, it definitely will be worth it. That'll be an absolutely amazing day out. And I'm guessing you get some time in Carlisle and then you make the return trip. You know, I don't know whether they got like a couple of hours or so there. But yeah, that would be absolutely superb. So let's just have a check on where we're stopping up, by the way. West Byfleet and Newhall, Weybridge, Walton-on-Thames, Hersham, Esher, Surbiton, Wimbledon, Earlsfield, Clapham Junction, Vauxhall, and then Wimbledon, so arrival at 19:53. So I think these 455s are still in operation, and I did have a quick check just before, but I think the plan is to run them through till 20. Well, I think it might even be this year, might be the last year of them actually. Oh, absolutely lovely. Yeah, so you have a quick chance to have a quick look around at Carlisle, but I think it's one of those days where, you know, certainly for a train enthusiast, you're just going to enjoy that journey there and back, and being taken there and back in style as well. Now, I've looked on very enviously many a time when I've seen these trains go by. Yeah, absolutely. I have to confess that's one thing that yeah, I'd love to do sometime actually, because I think that's the thing. You know, I mean, it's great talking to fellow enthusiasts on the chat, and particularly as you get to know people. You know, as I know you guys very, very well by now, but I think when it's just complete strangers and it's all a bit surreal to begin with, so it'd be quite nice to do it actually as a group. And it isn't like, you know, with the old Mark 1 carriages, it's not quite like where you can set things up and have a two to yourself with the back facing forward, as it were. Let me know, by the way, if the sound is coming through all right. I'm trying to make sure that the sound of the train's pretty reasonable, but you know, these electrics, of course, a bit quieter than the old diesels. Yeah, it's always an interesting thought, isn't it? Because you kind of think, I mean, the third rail stuff, on these London services has been around forever and a day. And you kind of think, well, surely it's massively cheaper to electrify the third rail than it is to stick up all the catenary and the OHLE. But it seems as though I mean, I don't think there's ever a question that they're going to put catenary up on these lines, but there's just that feeling that I think apparently it's just more efficient, the 25 kilovolts AC rather than the DC. But you sort of think, well, cheap way of electrifying would be to put up this third rail all over the country, really. And there aren't that many lines, south of London. There aren't electrified. Yeah, I suppose there's that as well, isn't it? Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, I don't quite understand how wildlife seem to negotiate their way around it, but they don't seem to come unstuck. But then, I suppose, I don't know. I mean, there's safety issues with the overhead lines as well, where, people have certainly come a cropper over time. Weybridge is next. I've always had quite a fascination with the southern third rail section, just because it's so busy, really. And you look at those scenes out of Waterloo and Victoria at rush hour time, Charing Cross, all the southeastern locations, really, and it's just so busy. Yeah, well, that's a horrible fact in itself, isn't it? And I mean, it's a horrible subject to talk about, really, but you kind of think. I mean, I guess people don't think like this, but horrible to think of anybody wanting to kill themselves. But why do it at the expense or the upset of other people? I mean, fortunately, I guess it's still relatively rare. But on a nicer subject, I still love these keep forgetting what button to press to get the blank screen there, but I still love these 455s. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. And I've had a nice weekend as well, because I've had a friend over for the weekend. So it was nice to share a bit of lunch with him. So it was, well, the four of us, really, if you count the dog. So there was me, my brother, my mate, and the dog. So nice to have Sunday lunch together. Spent the day with him yesterday. And I kind of said to him at the end of the night, well, I've got to get back reasonably early, because I've got a bit of work to do preparing for this stream for the Sunday. So he let me go. But yeah, it's been a very pleasant weekend. Do you know, I can't remember. I've got a feeling it's the standard one, because I think this is the one that came with the Armstrong Powerhouse pack, because it's one of their scenarios. I think possibly what it might have is the, if I remember rightly, I don't know whether I've downloaded the bit where you cut off a bit of the scenery around Waterloo so that it's a little bit more frame rate positive. Yeah, have you had your Sunday lunch yet, Christopher and SCS and Amaze Tays? So, yeah, I mean, you might be able to tell, by the way, better than me whether this is better than the Armstrong Powerhouse, because it kind of installed, but then I've got me doubts. I was kind of playing it, and I'm kind of thinking I'm not sure if I can tell the difference or not. I've not actually got around to watching it, I have to say, but yeah, it's good that there's a bit more new content coming on. Did it look good? Were you impressed by it? And I must, you know, I've said it before, but I must kind of get my head around PZB and all the German safety systems at some point, and get used to it a bit more. Oh, lovely, yeah. Oh, yes, of course, yeah. Yeah, I like a risotto, actually. I mean, I went out with me mate last night for a bite to eat, and yeah, risotto would have been a perfect choice had it been on the menu. Didn't really fancy the idea. It was kind of harvesters, so it was all like burger and chips and stuff like that, and fish and chips, where I wasn't quite in the mood for that. Yeah, well, you know, no matter. What's your food of choice then? I mean, there's no law about it either way, is there? So, what's your food of choice on a Sunday, or you know, are you kind of not particularly, shall we say, consistent? You know, what do you like to have, relaxing, chilled out on a Sunday? Yeah, it certainly has its quirks, doesn't it? Yeah, well, enjoy it. I mean, the sound as it's pulling off, I love. This kind of takes me back to what 455 sound like. Ooh, good question. I suppose it depends which ones you've got, really. You know, I mean, that HST one that we're coming up soon is very good. I mean, me personally, one of the best ones they ever did was the 86 enhancement pack, because that was kind of the sound of my childhood, really. So I was delighted by that. There's kind of so many. I'm trying to think as well. You know, there's packs as well that they brought out that made a undrivable trade drivable. The 91's a good example of that, I think. You try driving the 91 with the sounds that came out from Dovetail Games, and it's an awful experience. You don't even get any track joint sounds from memory. But the 86 was just kind of hit the spot for me. Haha, brilliant. Yeah, there's it's been said to me about my boss that occasionally he steps into being a little bit Davy Brent sometimes, and I do agree. And it's a very tiny chance that he's watching. I think he does subscribe to the channel, but I don't think he really watches. So it'll be interesting to see if he makes a comment tomorrow. but I'd be amazed if he was watching. I mean, on the quiet, perhaps he watches every week. Yeah, actually, yeah, both of those are excellent as well. I think the 158 is a lovely pack, actually. The sounds on that are brilliant, and again, just completely transforms the experience. Oh yeah, help if I take the brakes off, wouldn't it? Yeah, yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Absolutely right. I don't think he'd even be too upset, my boss, if I made the comparison. And the thing is, I mean, by now you've heard me, waffling on enough on these streams. Well, since September, haven't you? So, you've kind of got an idea of what I'm like by now. The thing that amazes me sometimes, playing the tapes back, and I'm thinking, for God's sake, finish off your sentence, because I seem to make this long-winded point. And then I never quite get to the end of the story. Sometimes we've had some explanations that, nipped him a lot quicker. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's true. So Esher is next, and not all places, and particularly in the south of England, I'm very confident of pronouncing, but I'm pretty confident on that one. I don't know whether he still does, but I think Andy Murray used to own. I think he does actually own a house somewhere around Esher. Yeah, remember these trains going back to the 80s, and certainly riding on them, the late 80s, early 90s and beyond. And I've always, I do like them, I have to say. I'll be sad to see the end of the line for these great old trains. Yeah, thanks as ever for the support and the appreciative comments. Always appreciate, I suppose, a good time to say. I've not said it so far, but anybody watching, whether it's live or watching back, then if you haven't subscribed before, then please like and subscribe. Don't know if any of you got a chance to watch. It was only my midweek stream was delayed a bit this week. It went out yesterday with a ride on the Friday charter from Euston to just past Milton Keynes, and so I tried to make it a bit realistic by having the right formation, the right 87 on the front, and the best I could do for Trains in World 5 was to put a DVT on the back as a HST power car, but that went out yesterday. Surbiton next. Yeah, thank you very much, mate, Taze. Yeah. Very good, Christopher. I like it. Yeah, I think just how it goes really. I think SCS Southwestern's got the right idea, because I think it's kind of getting these videos out there, and I think really, you know, the live stream, as long as it goes on, really it needs to be backed up with probably even one a week's not really enough. I think it probably needs 2 or 3 going up on a regular basis. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm hoping to carry on with that at some point, and we'll do parts 2 and 3. So the idea being we carry on in Train Sim Classic with the run from just past Milton Keynes to Birmingham New Street. Then part 3 will be to Crewe, and then part 4 eventually, when Alan Thompson releases that Manchester commuter route, and we carry on through to Manchester Piccadilly. Yeah, I did, and it was my first foray into formation designer, and it wasn't without its foibles, but it's easy enough when you get the hang of it. But I couldn't fathom. I mean, originally there was an issue with trying to use the right 87, because not all the custom liveries or custom reskins are available in formation designer. Some of them seem to be, some aren't. The 87 wasn't, so I came up with a solution eventually. We'll miss it off, and then before the stream started, I kind of plonked the right 87 in the platform at Euston, and then backed it into it and worked it that way. But it took me about 3 nights of faffing around with it to get it just right, which in a way is mainly why it went out on Saturday, because if I fathomed it first time, it would have gone out Wednesday. I was all ready to record it actually on the Wednesday night, and then it suddenly occurred to me, I thought, come on, let's be a bit more creative. You don't want just any old 87, and you don't want any old rake of Mark IIIs. Let's try and get it as realistic as possible. Hello, N8 Scooby. Yeah, welcome. Sorry, I didn't realise you were the one who said about the formation design. Yeah, thanks. Welcome to the stream again. Yeah, well remembered about the eyesight, by the way. Yeah, I'd love to drive any old train, to be honest. I mean, I think the absolute dream, I don't know. If you were to give me a choice, I think I'd love to be a tube driver, because there's so much going on in the tube, and that would give me that would be absolutely fascinating, brilliant, and you seem to have an amazing time. But I'd also love the long distance stuff as well. You know, imagine being an Avanti West Coast driver and doing that run from, I suppose, probably Euston to Preston, something like that. I think probably bottom of my list would probably be driving freight. I mean, I quite enjoy it on the stream, but it's a little bit more long-winded and unpredictable, and seems to go on for a long time. And I've said it before, but I haven't watched all of his videos since he stopped doing the drives actually on the tube. But Dale Charman was a cracking YouTuber with those videos whilst he was allowed to do stuff on the Piccadilly line. Oh, crumbs, I was getting worried there. We're not stopping here. Oh, I nearly had a massive worry there. But yeah, we're going straight through here. We're going straight through New Malden. So we're kind of fast to Wimbledon. Yeah, I don't know, but Yeah, they were great, weren't they? I mean, I don't know what the issues were about why they decided he couldn't do them anymore, but they were brilliant whilst they lasted. Just double checking, the AWS was because of the 60, wasn't it? Yeah, I was getting worried there, thinking we're suddenly going to come upon a red signal. Yeah, well, this is it. I suppose it's like anything else, isn't it? It is working up the chain. I mean, the old days, you know, with the steam train driver, you'd start off as a fireman, wouldn't you? Work your way up to being a driver. And I mean, I know my own dad did apply for the railways. You know, I think we talk about the 1950s, and his eyesight was miles better than mine. But they said he was a fraction off being perfection, so he just missed out by an absolute fraction. I don't know. I wouldn't be worried too much. I mean, probably my favourite tube line is I like the Bakerloo. Sorry, not the Bakerloo. I do like the Bakerloo, but I like the Metropolitan line and the District line mainly because you have kind of almost like country branch line stations, and everything seems to be a bit more full size than it is on some of the other tube lines. I like the Bakerloo because of some of the old artwork in and around the platforms, and the fact that we've got such old EMUs as well. Old tube stock there as well, with it being so old, the 72 stock. I mean, the Piccadilly line, I'd love to see that on Train Sim, either Classic or World, really. I mean, we've got bits of it on Train Sim Classic. And I mean, I kind of, I probably end it there in terms of wanting to, because I can't really imagine the enjoyment of driving, you know, something that was completely automatic. I don't know. I suppose you get used to it, but it's kind of nice to think that you've got a bit more to do with stopping, because you know, essentially the ATO ones, the main purpose is to open and shut the doors. So we've got the AWS for the slow down to 30 as we come into the platforms at Wimbledon. I mean, this ridge itself is lovely. It's, you know, it's got its critics in terms of frame rates when you're going around Clapham Junction and so on, but it does represent the busyness of the lines out of Waterloo. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I mean, the Met line on Just Trains is not ATO between in the tunnel section from Finchley Road down to Aldgate, and that's a challenge and a half. You have to get the old PDFs out to study and get used to the idea of those approach control signals, which I've kind of just about got the hang of. Heaven help you though when the alarm goes off though, because it takes a bit of resetting. Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of, I mean, you know, you do think there's the District Line platforms, incidentally, there. I mean, normally there would be an S8 or an S7, and there's plenty of scenarios where that has been filled in. This is just because it's a Armstrong Powerhouse scenario. They wouldn't put some extra stock in like the S7 or the S8. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And I suppose that's the trouble, isn't it? I mean, I'd say it's the trouble. I don't know. Perhaps I'm being a bit old manish, but you know, at some point in the future, surely all of the tube will be ATO. Not all of it's new, I don't think. I mean, I think the Victoria line's been ATO since the 60s, hasn't it? So Earlsfield is next. No, this is the one that came with the game, because of course the Armstrong Powerhouse one. Tell you what, let's get a bit of brakes on because we're speeding here. Actually, no, we're not. No, 40. We're all right. We're going up the flyover. Oh, this is a good shot, isn't it? Yeah, it's the same one that came with the Portsmouth Direct pack, but of course you just need the Armstrong Powerhouse pack to go alongside it. Yeah, it's incredible, that, isn't it? And I bet, I mean, if you were to ask the general public about it as well, they would just have absolutely no idea, because of course you still see the driver at the front when the train comes into the platform. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I was slightly disappointed with the Armstrong Powerhouse 455 pack. I thought, I don't know, it just seemed a bit quiet inside the cab. It didn't quite bring them to life as I was expecting, but now I can't tell because I'm listening through the headphones, but if this has improved it a bit with the enhancement pack that came out from, I think it's Yowie, but it's on the Sam TSM website, then I'm hoping it's improved it a bit. We talked about Earlsfield earlier on, because I can remember stopping with the mate I was with earlier on, going down to London with him. He lived around this area, and him picking his partner up from Earlsfield station. That would have been kind of back in 1992, I think it was. And I think she'd have just done the short hop from Waterloo to Earlsfield. First time I've pressed the wrong button there. Oh, and again. Yes, I've got a distinct memory, and it's you know, reasonably accurate, I think. And I can remember my friend pulling up somewhere around about here as we waited for the train to pull in. I remember seeing the train come over as that she was on as it departed the station. Yeah, I mean, I've lost count really the times. I mean, I you know, I don't live around. Can't even get my words out. I don't live around London. You know, being in the Midlands, but I've certainly done them quite a few times over the years. I mean, in theory, okay, this is technically South Western Trains rather than South Western Railway, but you know, still basically the same colours. And I don't know, I've got a sneaking like for the livery actually. You know, in theory it should be slightly on the garish side, but I quite like the livery on these 455s. And it will feel something of an end of an era when they've gone. It's a kind of a little bit like, well, it's one of those trains that I can remember being brand new and coming into service along with all the other peps and going out of service. You makes you feel a bit old because you've seen them from new till the very end of life. We'll see how busy Clapham Junction is when we get in as well. I mean, I love Clapham Junction on Train Sim Worlds with the London Brighton route, but just a shame we haven't got any southwestern trains coming through the platforms. I'd love to see some of this route on Train Sim World. Hopefully it'll come at some point, if Dovetail Games aren't too frightened off with the idea of busy routes now. I mean, we all get a bit stuttery around here because I don't think it kind of matters what computer you've got. It's still a slight struggle. I mean, in theory, we've finished the evening peak and we're 20 to 8 in the evening. So that was the 6 car marker, so the 8 car must be up the end of the platform. Yep, now you can see it, 8, 10 and 12. But there's always something going on. The 8C, you know, you've kind of got one coming in, you've got a couple, one going through on the fast lines. Yeah, I've got a feeling that pop sound I've just heard, I'm sure that's something that's in this new enhancement pack. It's kind of like the enhancement pack of the enhancement pack, really. So we're getting to the business end really with Vauxhall and then Waterloo. Yeah, I think, as you say, I think 25 mile an hour is the top speed on the heritage lines. I think, as far as I know, I think they're limited to 75 mile an hour, aren't they? And Mace Tays will correct me if I'm wrong on that. I know that there have been the odd things, and you know that they had one running at 100 mile an hour on a trial thing a couple of years back with the Tornado, I think it was. But I don't know whether they can be mainline certified to go faster than 75. But it'd still be, you know, even if it's 75 mile an hour, it'd still be an absolutely cracking experience because 25 mile an hour, you know, when you get at full pelt and you get up to 25, it feels quite decent, but it's nothing like going at a lot higher speed. Something I've never experienced. just occurred to me. Sometimes I find myself watching back the streams and I think I've not quite tilted the camera up to a perfect angle and I'm blocking part of the screen or something. So, you know, if you ever think, wait a minute, that could be a bit better, or it could be a bit louder, or anything, you know, by all means, just pipe up. Good evening, Elite Spotter and Traveller. Hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Hello, Zachary, as well. Yeah, absolutely. Now then, better think about stopping at Vauxhall End area, otherwise we are going to get caught out. So that sound of it rumbling, that does make me think that the this enhancement pack has worked. Still a bit quiet in the cab, I think, but I don't know, it's all relative, I guess. Yeah, hope you're doing well, Zachary. I don't know whether have you had your Sunday roast yet? And same. Yeah, we're coming into Vauxhall then now. So if we're quick here, we might be able to, I don't keep pressing the wrong button, we might be able to see a little bit of sightseeing. So, trying to remember where it is now. I think it's on this side. Yeah, you might recognise a certain building over here. That's the Oval Cricket Ground. So at least they, yeah, fairly rudimentary, but at least they did a custom model of it. And then I think over on the other side, it's the, is it the MI5 buildings, I think, over there. And then a bit further on as well, whilst we're here, I mean, you can see the London Eye over there, but a really, really good model of the Houses of Parliament as well, which is great sight to see. And of course, it is absolutely, completely visible on the train. Yeah, it certainly gives you the feeling of it anyway, doesn't it? You know, I think whoever built that custom model, they sort of thought, we're not going to, you know, make it absolutely super detailed because it's a little bit of a distance off, but to put it in at least makes you feel as though they've made the effort. They could easily have not bothered. Yeah, that's right. Oh, did I say MI? I said MI5, didn't I? Yeah, MI6, yes, indeed. Yeah. You know, subject to, you know, all sorts of shenanigans in some of the James Bond films, as I recall. Yeah, that's right. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? And you know, even have a few players out there, even if they weren't doing anything, would be quite nice, and have the you know, the wickets set up and stuff. But yeah, one day we'll be able to get off the train at Vauxhall, take the bus through to the Kennington Oval, probably on a train that, on a bus that SCS Southern might be Southwestern might be doing. And then walk into the test ground. I think it could get as real as that eventually. But I tell you what, it's lovely to see Waterloo looking this full. I mean, I remember some of the earlier add-ons coming out for Train Sim Classic, and we've had a few with Train Sim World actually. But you know, you kind of get in zero. You're coming into a really busy mainline station, and you get virtually no other trains. I mean, we'll get that a little bit with the Cross City with Birmingham New Street later on, but with Train Sim World 5. But this at least feels like Waterloo Station should look like. And it's always nice to revisit these routes as well. You know, it's an absolute age since I've ridden this line from Waterloo. And again, they kind of made the effort as well. You've got the mezzanine floor. You've got the... Okay, it's not exactly a interactive departure board. If anything, okay, they've got some going on there, but of course they aren't in tune with the real times. But it still feels we got the clock situated there. Still feels very much like, okay, the underground station seems to be closed, but you've got very much that feeling of Waterloo Station, with a whole plethora of trains going on as well. That's exactly how you would expect Waterloo to feel like. I like it. I like it very much. Yeah, perhaps, I mean, the concourse is a bit quiet. Maybe that's the only thing you can say. That's good work, driver. That's you done for now. I hear Delice de France do a cracking post-shift nibble. Okay, well, I might have to have a wait to get my nibble for the night. Well, I enjoyed that. And let's move on. So we're carrying on with the cross country now, and hope very much you're not getting too bored with this cross country HST. Now I've shifted time wise, it's a little bit back to the daytime, so we're going to go for Bromsgrove, because I'm hoping, as I said in the post with the introduction, we're not going to have quite the same flying arrival into Birmingham New Street. So it's a different route. It'll take us through to Derby. I was kind of hoping, I was having a play around seeing if we could get the better models of Birmingham New Street and Derby into this old route, but they just don't fit. The shape's all different, so kind of have to make do. So we're not quite, time-wise, we're not quite the same, but hope you'll forgive me for that. Yeah, I've never watched a match at the Oval in real life. I had a day at Lord's once watching England against Pakistan. And there was a day, actually, it involved the trains. I went with a friend. We were going to go to the Oval. And it was kind of day 4. And it was one of those third days on the Saturday when you were watching it with your heart sinking, because you thought there's going to be little play on the Sunday. And then the train broke down at Stafford, so we ended up being about an hour and a half late. So we eventually ambled our way through to to the Oval, and just as we heard a big cheer go up as we walked towards the ground, and then you saw people drifting out because England had just won the match. So I've never made it to the Oval. I've been to Headingley, been to Edgbaston to watch Test match cricket. I've been to Old Trafford, although I don't think I've watched a Test match at Old Trafford. Cracking day out actually at cricket, because you can really chill out. You don't have to concentrate every second of the day all along, and on a nice day, you can just have a chat and just enjoy it. Right, here we go then. So, and again, if you're eagle eyes, you'll think, wait a minute, there was catenary up at Bromsgrove last week. There isn't now. This is only with catenary from Bark Green, but there you go. Different routes, that's the point. So the idea is we're going to take this through to Derby. And then next week we'll carry on, take it through to Sheffield, and then the final part through to Leeds. Yeah, good evening, 156 Andrew, Shortbread Express, and thank you for watching again. I know you very much a loyal follower. And I would absolutely love a bit of shortbread actually at this moment. Always makes me hungry whenever I see your name. They were indeed at 8 Scooby. I mean, you can't go far wrong with a 125. So we've got the slight issue of trying to climb Licky Incline, moving off from nothing, but I think we should be all right. We might drop a bit of speed as we climb up the bank. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Can't go wrong with a bit of shortbread. Yeah, absolutely. I've got all the sections indeed. Yeah, certainly. I do all the things up to Liverpool and all the way up to Glasgow Central as well. I did do a stream absolutely ages ago where I'm trying to remember now, but I think we started at Birmingham and we ended up going through to Glasgow. But yeah, that's definitely on the cards. I mean, again, no promises for definite yet, but by the looks of things, Armstrong Powerhouse are doing well. I think it's going to come out in the next week, judging by the Facebook stuff. But it looks as though we're going to get an enhancement pack for the Class 92. So I think it's about time then that I got the Mark 5 sleeper, Caledonian sleeper carriages for Train Sim Classic. So definitely want to do a run on that. And yeah, absolutely. I suppose this is a bit like, you think of the days where I've seen these videos of the banking loco at the back. So it's kind of almost the same, isn't it? You get a banking loco at the back pushing you up. So you've kind of already got it. It's quite incredible, really, to see you on a climb here of 1 in 38, but you're still actually increasing the speed just about anyway. But I'll say straight away, when we get to Birmingham New Street, it's not quite up to a great standard, and this is an incredibly old route, right? Is it really? Wow. I mean, that, you know, in terms of trains, you know, apart from maybe the those stuff around Switzerland, you know, it's almost like climbing up the Alps. Yep, marvellous. Yeah. I mean, this was just a default scenario, but it was done with the Voyager, so I just wanted to carry on with the HST, just to carry on this sequence that we've been doing. The idea is we're doing the whole journey from Plymouth through to Leeds with this cross country. But yeah, I'm definitely up for a full journey on the West Coast Main Line, and I don't mind, like I said before, I don't mind mixing and matching between the different train games, because sometimes it's like, right, let's get the superior graphics with one, and it's just trying to make it as good as it possibly can. I mean, this route here, I think it's called Birmingham 2010 by a chap called Jet Griff, so that tells you how old it is. It's 15 years old, and so I'm sure there's people in the stream, you know, not even of that age yet, so it kind of tells you, how old it is. Yeah, absolutely. I like it. So I hope you can hear me all right with the sound and everything. It always sounds a lot noisier through my headset than it does in real life, so when I play it back I think, why am I shouting so much? Right, we're over the climb, aren't we now? So so we're hoping for a more sedate arrival, shall we say, into Birmingham New Street than we managed last week. We didn't quite make it into the platforms. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, no, that's marvellous. Maybe one day, you know, if the funds start to come in on YouTube, I'll perhaps invest in a really good... This is Barnt Green, isn't it? This is the junction for the Cross City, which will be kind of seen in Train Sim World 5 a bit later on. But I'd like to get a really top quality microphone eventually, but this is not too bad for now, and at least we got rid of those crackles that we had a few weeks ago. I mean, this is the kind of the very, very basic catenary that's been put in here, but it's all right though. It's not bad. And I don't think perhaps, I mean, I don't think everybody perhaps realises that there is a route out there that does Birmingham New Street to Derby, so at least it's there. At least somebody's taken the trouble to build it. Yeah, absolutely. And I did mess around with the West Coast Main Line South model of it earlier on, but it just doesn't fit, unfortunately. And I kind of thought, well, if I could lower the platforms on the model, that it'd do, but it's kind of a bit more than that. It's the canopies and everything else just don't match, so it just doesn't work. Yeah, absolutely. And you get this slightly weird situation. I think it's still like this now, isn't it? But you've got the catenary either side, and then the two fast lines in the middle is completely just diesel only. So I guess there's all sorts of procedures about, wait a minute, if the signalman by mistake diverts you onto the diesel line, you're driving an electric, then you're in a bit of trouble, as Frank Spencer might have said. Of course, Longbridge as well, you know, once of course home of Rover and, you know, all the big car productions. And actually, again, we should see, because when I do the 323 in it a bit later on in Train Sim World 5, then we'll be going on this section again, actually, but you'll kind of see the improved graphics with the Cross City line. Still sped a bit too much with this. Slow down to 30. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, is there anything car production wise or anything automotive that goes on there now? I mean, you know, it was such a big thing at the time in the local news, on the Midlands news, but I've forgotten, completely forgotten. No idea why we've got 30 here, although I suppose it's a bit bendy. And I think the idea, by the way, with this service is we're Birmingham New Street, then Burton-on-Trent, and then Derby. And as you can see, unfortunately, the track is, I think it's the original track as well. We're not quite up to the best of standards, but it's a very old route. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know whether we've passed it yet, but we've got that section where it deviates off that, what's it called, the Camp Hill line, isn't it, where you avoid Birmingham New Street entirely, particularly for freight services. But I do quite like coming back to some of these old routes, because it's, you know, they're almost forgotten things, that parts of the railway network actually do exist in Train Simulator. I mean, I don't know much about the section between Birmingham New Street and Derby, to be honest. I've never done it in real life. I remember it being quite exciting in a way that Cross Country bought back the HSTs, because it felt as though whilst it was under Virgin ownership, they very much moved towards, when it was Virgin Cross Country, they were moving towards completely eliminating the HSTs. I think they actually did, didn't they? And it was a bit of a surprise then when Cross Country said, oh, wait a minute, we're going to bring the HSTs back, build in a bit of extra capacity. I mean, the Voyagers, I think they perhaps got a bit better now, but they're still a nightmare. Yeah, and again, that'll be a good one talk about as well when we're going through on the 323 a bit later. But you know, you have the lovely representation in Train Sim World 5 of Bourneville Station, complete with you know, it looks like a Cadbury's Dairy Milk. Slightly overdoing this on the speed, aren't we? Wait a minute. Let's get down to 40. I've got a funny feeling after, I mean, we haven't got any chocolate in the house, unfortunately, but I'm going to be absolutely panging for chocolate by the end of tonight. I mean, even the 323s are a thing of the past, aren't they? So I'd love to see Dovetail Games bringing out the Aventura, whatever it is that they use now on the Cross City, and then it could be a joint thing because it could be used on the Cross City and the West Coast Main Line South. But I suppose a lot depends on whether relations have improved between Dovetail Games and London North Western Railway. Do you know, I never have. It's strange. You know, everybody I talked to pretty much has said they've been round the that. I think this model of Birmingham New Street, we haven't even got the rotunda. We do have the canals quite nicely, at least they're in there anyway. I'll say, when you, I mean, the problem with the Train Sim World 5 thing, unfortunately, is we haven't got the Pendolinos in yet, and perhaps at some point we can get a newer version with the new timetable and get the Pendolinos and the 350s in there, add in perhaps the 170s, and then it really will feel like Birmingham New Street. But they're not always rushing to go back on some of the older DLCs. I mean, I think this Great Western remaster was kind of done as a bit of a passion project by somebody, and I don't think they're actually, you know, sort of begging to be doing more. Five ways. At least we've got the signage with an attempt to the realistic look to them. Yeah, fantastic. I mean, I remember, you know, I've been a few times since, but going in the 80s with me father, and it always seemed to be the painted train from Stoke for some reason on a Saturday, and we must have done it, I don't know, probably a dozen times, but it was a bit more exciting in those days because there was a lot of changeovers at New Street, so you'd come in probably on 81 or an 85 on the Paignton service into New Street, and then change over to diesel, would go back out the opposite way and go through the Cross City line en route to Cheltenham Spa, and then down to Bristol Parkway, Bristol Temple Mead, and so on onto Paignton. But there was such a variety, you know. You got local hauled services on the Norwich trains. You had HSTs coming through on what I think were pretty much Birmingham Sheffield services in those days. But there was always something going on. Of course, a plethora of first gen electrics, as well as the all the local stuff as well. And they were mainly 304s or 310s. So this is certainly not the best model of Birmingham New Street, unfortunately. It was a bit of a kit bash job, but hopefully at least this time we're actually going to land on the platforms. Yeah, that's right. You know, it used to be fascinating as well, and you know, you witness at close quarters. You'd have, you know, track staff all available all the time because they'd be doing it all day long, and you know, it was such a run-of-the-mill occurrence, and you know, the changeovers would take minutes, and it's kind of an art that's almost been forgotten about because even on the rail tours now, they're pretty much double-headed with a diesel at the other end. The idea of detaching the loco and running round the train is almost unheard of. See, we've even got the old signals in here as well, which is EN treble 4, which is on every single signal going. But despite all that, and you know, it's not the best version of New Street, but again, we've got quite a busy scene going on. A few duplicated passengers. Double-headed 350. Sorry, double-headed. Double unit 350. I think the idea is this is supposed to be London Midlands era. And I don't know, I suppose this is the thing about being train geek to a certain extent. I mean, you know, for some people, the idea of spending, you know, virtually the entire day on Birmingham New Street station, possibly in the winter time as well, you know, would be almost hell. But it was kind of like train heaven for me back at the time. And I think since this route from Jeff Griff came out, I think I've only ever done a run to Derby the once. I was just thankful actually that there was a kind of a scenario somewhere that was doing the full run. I wasn't sure if I'd have to try and custom make one, which always takes a lot of time. Yeah, this is a line I have never been on between New Street and Derby. Yeah, they were very quick, weren't they? And you always had diesels and electrics. You know, there's various standby sidings which were available for doing such stuff. I mean, I've not really tried it, but you know, it's perfectly possible to do all that on the Blackpool branches route. Well, particularly the West Coast Main Line over Shap. So I've not worked out whether it's possible with West Coast Main Line over Shap, whether you can you take the train into Preston on a Blackpool service and then change over to a diesel. I know you can't go then straight onto Blackpool because you'd have to swap over with route hopping. Yeah, this feels like alien territory, this does. I'm normally on that bit on the left if I've not headed off over towards on the Cross City line. I think we should have Birmingham City, St Andrews in the background, but I don't think it's on the game. I think it's that warehousey thing in the distance on the hill. But yeah, I mean, it was an everyday occurrence, and you know, it happened umpteen times a day. There was very much a principle from British Rail. I mean, the lines were electrified back in the 60s, and they basically wanted to use electric trains under the wires as much as possible, so that changeover from electric to diesel and vice versa was happened all over the place. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just kind of intrigued whether within the timetable, there's actually any playable services that take you into Preston. I don't know, or again, you might have to mess around with doing free roam or something. I think they have talked about on the Blackpool branches line at some point modifying the timetable whereby we've got the 87s on there as well on Blackpool branches, and that'll be quite decent. I was quite surprised as well. I was looking around on the West Coast Main Line over Shap timetable. I was looking for, was there a southbound service where basically you brought it in as an 87 and then took it out? You know, was there southbound Glasgow to Blackpool? And I couldn't see anything, you know, with the timetable as it stands. So for all the fact it's an old route and there's, you know, oh sorry, all right, it's F3, isn't it? I keep forgetting. That's better. It's still a good representation, and you do feel like you're in an urban setting. Should get a bit more speed up shortly. 90 miles an hour we'll be going up to. So next stop, Burton-on-Trent. I really should be thinking about having a beer, shouldn't I, at Burton-on-Trent? Very much the home of you know, it's kind of the brewing capital, isn't it, of the UK. But it just seems you know, what have we got here? We've got 6 tracks. It seems huge, doesn't it? I think we're about to pass under part of Spaghetti Junction. I bet there's absolutely zero traffic going on there. But I can forgive things like that because at least you've got it in there, haven't you? I mean, as far as taking this service to Leeds, Derby to Sheffield's dead easy because it's part of the what was I going to say? Yeah, it's easy enough to get to Sheffield because it's part of the Just Trains Middle and Main Line. Is that around about this neck of the woods, is it? 156 Andrew Shortbread Express. I know the HP factory used to be around Birmingham. Must as well. I mean, I know it's a few miles away yet, but I think Burton-on-Trent's one of those stations where, because I've got no idea where it is in terms of the trade route, I could go flying through if I'm not careful. So I'm hoping, with a couple of miles to go, that I might spot what's going on. Nice if we get some faster sections as well. I don't know whether we go above 90. I think we're very much still in commuter belt country, aren't we, with Waterloo? You get places like Coles Hill, don't you? Sometimes they diddle you with these speed limits on Train Sim Classic because, I mean, they're, you know, classic example. You've got the reduction in speed to 70. With the signs, but it happened a lot earlier in terms of the game. Yeah. Well, it sounds alright. I prefer the shortbread though, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, clearly, you know, some of these old routes, you look at, you know, some of the vegetation and it's a bit lacking in places, but I do end up thinking by the time I get to the end of the journey, I'm thinking that wasn't half a bad journey and I quite enjoyed it. Yeah, and then just carrying on really about this thing about going to Leeds. I mean, the Sheffield's easy because it's on that Just Trains Middle and Main Line route, but the section between Sheffield and Leeds, technically it doesn't normally go via Doncaster, but the only route I can think of is that TP South one, I think, from Jake Fuller, I think his name is, which is got mainly scenery between those two places. So at least, you know, if we can kind of do Doncaster to Sheffield, Sheffield to Doncaster, and then Doncaster to Leeds, then at least we can say quite justifiably we've done the full route from Plymouth to Leeds. I mean, in a way, I'm quite glad that it's a different time of the day, because it was starting to get a bit gloomy as we headed towards Birmingham New Street last week, and I don't think it always looks particularly good when it's kind of a bit too dark. I mean, even if we do the Caledonian Sleeper, I'm planning on doing a bit of the West Coast Main Line there, where it's kind of summertime and you've got basically daylight. So I don't think it's great. I mean, sometimes night time's all right, but unless it's very, very well modelled, you don't necessarily want to be covering on a stream where you're going, you know, loads and loads of miles in the dark. Might as well just show a black screen, really. Yeah, it's a good while actually since I've been to the York, the National Railway Museum, and yeah, it's a fabulous day there, and you know, you just spend ages just pootling about looking at different things. It's great experience. York Station itself, absolutely magnificent. And I have been to Leeds. I mean, last year I actually stopped in a travel lodge, and I did some filming from the Leeds Travel Lodge, which is right overlooking Leeds Station. So absolutely fabulous spot. And there's a few more of them I'm really on the lookout for. I know there's one by Stockport, there's one by Macclesfield. If you just get the room on the right side, it's my idea of heaven. Not sure we're going to get above 90. Actually, the last time I was in York, I think it happened to be on the day where it closed. Was it Monday or something, as I recall? And I couldn't go round, but I've been round a few times. First time I went to the York Railway Museum was 1981, and I got the chance of seeing the Deltics coming through the station. It was the last summer. I don't think we knew it then for certain. We knew they were on the decline, but it was the last summer where you could see Deltics coming through York Station. I don't know if this is this pronounced Wilnecote or Wilnecote? But, you know, it's a busy old section really, in terms of, you know, there's plenty going on in and around. So it might be an old route, but it certainly made an effort to give it an urban feel. It's lovely to see Mallard, isn't it? And you think of that history, and you know, a steam train. We would, you know, Christopher was joking a bit earlier about his steam train going up to 125, but you know, you think of that day in, is it 1938? If I got that right, going up to 126 miles an hour. Yeah, hello again, SCS Southwestern. And again, good time to perhaps just mention Thanks again to everybody watching tonight, and if you're watching live or recorded, then please don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Try and grow that support a little bit. I think I'm getting more subscribers from the recorded videos than the live streams, but I'm certainly not thinking of not stopping doing them. Had a bit of a worry there. I was thinking, wait a minute, was that Tamworth? I didn't actually spot it, but I had a bit of a worry there, thinking, wait a minute, I'm not hurtling through Burton-on-Trent, am I? Well, we certainly enjoyed the chat and all the train chat, and you know, apologies. Sometimes I perhaps waffle on a bit and go off on a bit of a tangent, but I think it's you know, I still enjoy doing this. I mean, sometimes as well I keep thinking, oh, it's ages since I've done such and such a route, and then I think, oh, wait a minute, I've not even downloaded that route. Yes, I have indeed. Yeah, I've been on the Pride one. I've never travelled on the climate change one, the green one, but I've been on the Pride liveried one. It was a few years back. I remember going from Manchester Piccadilly to Euston. I think, I don't know, first class must have been quite as expensive then, so I managed the first class down there, and Avanti had just introduced the new menu, and the lady on board was very, very helpful and courteous, and seemed genuinely excited. And she, the first thing she said, "Oh, you're on a great, you know, great train today. A bit more colour to it." But yeah, certainly. I think there's only one, isn't there? I've certainly been on the Pride liveried train, driven it on the train game as well. I mean, it's partly why I enjoy these live streams, because I think sometimes when I've sit and drove long runs, you know, on my own, I mean, I've enjoyed it, but you know, you sometimes see mileage to the next station and it's 30 odd miles, and you need something to kind of keep you interested in that little section. So the chat serves you know, it's great company as well, so you know, it's great to talk about different things. Oh, 56 there. The only thing I will have to decide about with the next leg of this journey is whether to revert back to the correct time, or whether to keep it in the daylight. Personally, I think it's better seeing it in the daylight, but I don't know if any of you got a thought on that. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, we're cheating slightly because I don't know exactly what year this scenario was based in, so probably in reality, I mean, this is supposed to be the last cross country service. In reality, the 56 is not really around so much. And you've still got them coaless ones, haven't you, thinking about it? I only wish that... I don't know if you mean me, STS Southwestern. I only wished I did. Sadly not. Only both in my dreams and on the game. And you might spot the odd bits where you think, oh, he definitely doesn't drive trains, not with the way he drives his trains. Yeah, I mean, I actually, was it a couple of years ago now, went on the Severn Valley Railway Diesel Gala. Absolutely gorgeous day. I think it was kind of May time, just before the May bank holiday. And I had a ride behind a 56. That was a great day, actually. Got a nice bit of footage of it. I kind of crouched down. I can't remember which station it was now, but crouched down and saw it coming through. But saw it departing the station. But yeah, lovely. And of course, there's loads of examples over the years of them. Kind of, I mean, obviously, basically a freight loco, and they were built solely for freight, but there's been one or two examples of them running on passenger trains, even service trains, not just rail tours as well. Well, I guess I should ask you that question, shouldn't I, Merseyrail Train Simulator Route Builder? No, certainly not me. There is a chap who's... I mean, I did a video on Merseyrail, because there's a 19... I forgot the name of the chap who's done it now, but there's a 1960s version of... the Merseyrail network. Goes out as far as Chester. It's got Rock Ferry on a New Brighton, but there is a modern one very much in the making. I've forgotten the name of the chap who's making that as well, but I would love to see that. So, given your title, I was thinking it might be you, if you call yourself Merseyrail Train Simulator Route Builder. Have you tried them? But I'm kind of intrigued. Oh wow, that's amazing. Yeah, so well, that's interesting then, because I mean that old route that's available on the game's got the old 502s. Now I don't remember the 502s, but I mean, your dad will be even older than me. I mean, I'm in my 50s, but he'll remember the 502s, and probably, well, he'll remember steam as well, won't he? I'm guessing. Right, we've got to think about this Burton-on-Trent stop. Just because it's the home of the beer, we don't want to miss the station. You know, I've been on the 507s, 508s quite a bit over the years. Yeah, I saw a video the other day of a train going out to scrap from Shrewsbury, going off to Newport. I think part of the train has been saved. It was was it 507001, and in that amazing recreation of the old British Rail blue livery, but the other unit behind it very much destined for scrap. And there's something quite sad and lonesome about seeing a train being tugged away to go off to scrap. I'm not sure I could quite bring myself to do a scenario where it's been set up to do that. As far as I'm concerned, they should stay in action forever. But, you know, I know realistically that can't happen. It's funny, isn't it? You could still, you know, some people, I'm sure lots of people will have no sentimentality whatsoever about trains, but yeah, I think it's sad. It kind of makes you feel old apart from anything else. I've no idea how accurate this is as Burton-on-Trent. But good to see all the buildings in and around, because it, you know, there's all these breweries going on. Oh wow, yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, the thing is, unfortunately nowadays such things probably wouldn't be allowed, but what an experience though that must have been. I mean, it's something you'll never forget. Yeah, I love all this with the you've got at least an idea anyway of the fact that this is very much a brewing town, and maybe not so much nowadays as it used to be, but it still is. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? And, you know, you think of those old 303s as well, and you know, I mean, my sort of EMU from my area really was the 304s mainly, with the occasional 310s on the sort of Manchester to Stafford services on the West Coast Main Line. The 310s are always a bit more plush because they were mainly used on Birmingham to Euston, but I mean, that's the great thing about Train Simulator, though, that sadly a lot of these trains are basically gone. And okay, you get the odd preserved example, but at least you can get to drive them on Train Sim. But we've yet to see an old sort of first gen EMU in the game. I'd love to see something like that. And of course, we very much still do 314s on Train Sim World 5 as well on Cathcart Circle. So we're on the last leg actually to Derby, only less than 11 miles, so that's the end then of our foray tonight into Train Sim Classic. We'll move on to Train Sim World then. So this is going pretty quickly, isn't it? Should keep an eye on this speed limit, but we're all right, aren't we? Getting up to 90. Yeah, that's right, Mike. Mike Dunning, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I've seen some good screenshots of somebody who's done you know, some of the, I can't remember if it's the Wirral line or the Northern line, but they've done a good job of it anyway. So that looks as though it's significant progress, but you never quite know, do you, whether they're ever going to come out. I mean, for my Merseyrail video, I had to go at hacking the route a little bit. I chopped out some of the lines and I put some colour light signals in, and you know, only took a couple of days work. But it's just those proper Mersey. I mean, in theory, you could probably get away with not even building new stations, because some of those underground ones, you could probably use some of the stuff that's on the Great Northern Line with reskins, but you know, again, it obviously would need permission for it to be released. Wow. Oh, welcome back, Christopher. Yeah. Wow, is it really this particular HST Mexico, is it? Wow. I mean, you know, if that, I think it's great. The thing is that they've just got such longevity, haven't they? And they were certainly built to last, these things. Yeah. So, how was the Fray Bentos? Did you you're all chilled out and enjoyed your meal? Hurtling towards Derby in the last few parts, and then it's going to be Train Sim World 5 all the way then. So we've got oh well, we have power station building up then. There is a way actually with cooling towers of actually making it so that distant scenery like that, something as substantial as that, doesn't just pop up. But again, as I say, it's a very old route. There's another cross country service. Sometimes the speed limits jump all over the place. That's why we've got so many network railmen about, I think. But you know, it's one of those buggy things that probably the route builders never got around to correcting. Yeah, I was trying to remember what we got next, but we're in a ROG Class 37 next on the southeastern line. Oh, excellent. Oh, no, that's fantastic. I said I feel as though, I mean, I know I've asked my brother for another coffee. I feel as though with just stopping at Burton-on-Trent, it should have been time for a quick pint, really. I'm not sure, actually. He's not mentioned anything so far. I mean, if he does, he usually does it for the final route on Train Sim World 5, and I'm pretty sure he's got the Cross City line, because I think he mentioned that a couple of weeks ago that he was driving on it. But maybe with him having this cold and so on, he might just be having a little snooze, I don't know. So I think the 37 we're taking, well, it's going to be kind of Gillingham to Faversham, but we're kind of getting back on ourselves a bit. I know, absolutely. We don't seem to drink much beer these days. It's more red wine than anything. Crikey, we've got a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit coming up, so I better think about... well, actually, no, we're on the home straight, aren't we, into Derby, so... and as I said before, apologies, it's the very old version of Derby. I tried the one off Just Train's Midland Main Line route, which is a fabulous route, but sadly it doesn't fit. I've been to Derby many times, been to the Derby Open Works, Open Day I should say, at the old Derby Loco Works in the early 80s, but it's always been trains. I've never done Birmingham to Derby, but it's always been kind of Stoke to Derby, or Stoke to Nottingham. So I'm hoping nobody's going to be too historically accurate about the fact that we are driving a completely different time scale to the previous parts of this Edinburgh to Leeds. Not Edinburgh, Plymouth to Leeds. But I think it's, in a way, it's a bit better in the daytime. But at least we've got the other stock in there as well. There is quite a bit of freight action going on. I mean, I actually went on, it was the last few weeks of these cross country HSTs in the last few weeks of the service, and I did a train from Derby through to Leeds, and I was quite impressed with how much freight goes through Derby station. And it was exactly on this platform as well, platform 1. Which again is much better represented on Train Sim World and on the Midland Main Line route on Just Trains, but at least it's done the job anyway. I think, as you probably know by now, I do like to have a ride on some of these old routes that kind of haven't seen the light of day for a very long time. So, I mean, magically, when we start up from Derby next week, go through to Sheffield, we'll have the much better looking Derby station and all the surroundings. Just Trains done an amazing job of it. But it's, you know, it's still, like I say, it's an old route, but it's still good. Well, that's what we're on to next, actually, Christopher. Yeah, in fact, it's Train Sim World 5 all the way now for the remainder of the stream. So we're going on to the southeastern line in Kent, and we're going to be taking a Class 37 next. It's given us a tick as well. It doesn't always happen that on Train Sim Classic, but it's probably because there was no timetable associated with it. Didn't get round to doing those kind of musical interludes that I did in between the runs last week, but anyway. So it's a bit of a two-part thing, because we go Gillingham to Rochester, and then I think we're almost going the other way then, Rochester to Faversham. I don't actually, neither in real life nor on the train game, and I must get one recorded at some point. We'll, have a. I was showing you the Flying Scotsman, wasn't I, the other week? So I must kind of. I mean, I don't think it's that complicated. You've just got to keep an eye on the boiler pressure, make sure you don't blow it up. That's the main thing. There's a few bits and pieces, but I must give it a go. And I've kind of not really recorded a lot of steam trains in recent times, in real life either. But there's always a different sound level on Train Sim World 5, so if you think it's dead noisy, then let me know. Right, so what we'll do, we'll clear those January blues, and we'll go through to June, I think. And then what are we doing now? We are doing, to begin with, 5Q23, I think it is. Yeah, there's a 25-minute yard preparation thing. Well, I'm not going to do that because it takes 25 minutes, but there's a lot of messing around, shunting, this, that, and the other. So this is where I'm going to find the front yet. This is Class 37, but in ROG livery, which is Rail Operations Group, and they move stock about for various reasons. Sometimes it could be for scrap purposes, but other reasons as well. I like it. That reminds me of something my friend has said to me about such things sometimes. Oh, wait a minute. Just thought I've got to do that thing up here, haven't I? Yeah, you got one there. Have you got one the other side? I can never remember. Yeah, unisolated is right, isn't it? So if we now put that, yeah, the AWS goes up. Yeah, I very much look forward to doing them. I mean, there is, sometimes there's quite a bit of preparation that has to go into them, but it's, you know, sometimes it perhaps doesn't always look as though there's any preparation that go into it, but it does take a bit of time just getting the things ready. But yeah, very much enjoy doing it, and I'm just glad that there's people watching them, really, because you know, I've said before, but if I'd started doing these live streams in September and then it was kind of like, well, nobody was watching them, and you know, you got to the point, well, actually, you know, 10 people had watched it throughout the whole thing, it'd be hardly worth doing. So I'm just glad, and I'm glad that there's people like yourself that glad there's people like yourself who watch, you know, absolutely week in, week out, which is incredible, really. I never quite envisaged that it would be possible to almost develop a fan club. We've got some headlights on. Love this ROG livery, I have to say. There you go, Rail Operations Group. So I think Merseyrail Train Simulator was talking about the fact that you get trains going off to scrap. Well, this is kind of the sort of engine they'll pick for pulling such a scrap move, and I think sometimes there are various other reasons. It might be for repair or servicing reasons. I think when we take it the other way, it's a different livery DMU, but just waiting for the clearance from the signal, by the way. I did. Yeah, I think so. I completely agree. I think that's one of the great strengths, isn't it? And you know, we can talk football, politics, the news, anything really, which is great. And I think that's what's starting off. So perhaps a bit too early to be talking about the power flow of Christmas party, but who knows? It'd be lovely to meet some of you people at some time down the line. But it's been a great strength. And I think that's the difference with the live streams as well, compared with the recorded videos. You know, I've kind of got to just do a straight commentary pretty much on the recorded videos, but on the live streams, plenty of time just to chat about absolutely anything. Now, I do know this signal does clear eventually, by the way, because I did try it out briefly earlier on, so we do get a green at some point. I don't think it's too far off. And the thing is, I mean, I know I do all the driving, but you know, you do all the chatting, and you keep the thing going between you, so that's the really nice thing. I'm just going to pull up slightly to this signal, because just in case it kind of clears of its own mind as we get closer, because I don't want to find that we're waiting here forever. Oh, we're okay. We've got a double yellow anyway. That'll do me. Oh, absolutely right. Yeah, yeah. Me too. Yeah, that would be superb. So we've only got a couple of miles to go to Rochester on this run, but I was just thinking, well, a lot of these runs are only about 20 odd minutes, so I thought, well, we'll go, we'll do Rochester in this one, and then we'll go the other way with a similar type of service. Alright, okay, I haven't turned my instrument lights on naughty. Sometimes you do get so hemmed in with the graphics. Absolutely. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, so we've got double yellow. I mean, we're not even certain that we're gonna... I think the problem is these sort of services, they're not exactly high priority, so you've always got to be keeping an eye out for the signals. Not even done a 465 yet, have I, on the streams as well, on the southeastern main line. That's got to be a possibility for the future. It was an exciting 0-0 draw against Oxford United, and it's funny, but I was joking. I had my friend over the weekend, and he was saying, we were talking last week about what we should do yesterday, and he said, "Oh, perhaps we should go over and watch Stoke play for a change." And I'm kind of saying, look, I'm not very well up on the players, and you know, they're not doing massively well, so I shouldn't imagine it be a greatly exciting affair. So kind of glad I saved me money, to be honest. I mean, I'll say now, I've got quite decent hopes of Mark Robins. I think he's a good manager, and I think he's, you know, I think he's the right fit for Stoke, but it's still going to be a hard old grind, and we've had a few years really where we've not exactly been setting the world alight. So, you know, one of these years we're going to go down to League One, and you know, I know from times of old, sometimes when you drop down to League One, it's not all that easy getting back up again. That must be the most frustrating experience of all, mustn't it, for a manager? And I think I remember you saying a few weeks ago about the fact you could see them getting relegated this year, but I haven't, again, not followed massively the results or the tables. Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah, and then, you know, I mean, they have had a pretty decent season, haven't they? And this time, but yeah, it's hard old work. And I mean, I remember, the last time we were in League One, it took a good few years to get back to the Championship, And even then, it was only via the playoffs. And Gudjon Thordarson's reward for getting that hard-earned promotion via the playoffs was to get the sack. And okay, it wasn't too long after that a certain gentleman called Tony Pulis came in, and I think he did all right, didn't he? So this isn't, I mean, we're kind of not far off from Rochester Station, but this isn't Rochester itself. This is the old Rochester. So I wonder if he's got the signal out ahead of me. Oh, I certainly did. Yeah. Oh, that was absolutely incredible, marvelous. You could actually say. I've read the book as well that he co-wrote with his friend. Oh God, I've forgotten his name now. Obviously, he was Neil Baldwin and his friend Malcolm, wasn't it? But oh, that was absolutely. I mean, it was kind of tear jerking and lovely at the same time, but that optimism was absolutely inspiring. It was indeed, yeah, it was indeed. And I mean, the funny thing is, I couldn't massively. I mean, I was talking to people similar age, and that was yellow, wasn't it? I was thinking that turned red then. I was talking to people similar age, and they kind of remembered Neil Baldwin as Nello the clown at the time, but I couldn't really remember massively. But I mean, a tremendous hats off to Lou Macari as well, because he I mean, he's done a lot since for charity, and you know, he's truly a great guy. But I mean, that story about in the film how he took him on, and you know, it was literally basically like that, and he just saw something in him and thought, I'm going to give this chap a go. And I love that line where he said at the end as well. It was kind of like I'm going to tell you who my best signing was. It was you. You know, you had done so much for this team. Oh, it was amazing. It's a few years back now, but it was the best thing I saw on television that year. That is quite for certain. And I remember a work colleague as well who was a crew fan, and he said to me, well, you know where the films, you know, for the idea of the represented the Victoria ground was, don't you? And I said, no, I wasn't sure. And he was like, it was Crewe. Who do you think it was? And I thought, oh yeah, of course it was. Obviously red and white, you know, so I should have realised. But yeah, you kind of reminded me, actually. I want to watch that again now you mentioned it. Oh, very much so, yeah. Yeah. And what did you think as well, while we're talking about football films, about the Damn United? I thought that was brilliant as well. And again, a difficult, complex character to pull off, you know, in Brian Clough. But I think Michael Sheen, I really enjoyed it. You know, there might have been one or two kind of pernickety details that were not quite right, but I still loved it. Oh, excellent. I love it that we're thinking the same things. I think the thing is, I mean, the chat's a few seconds behind. Oh, that's incredible. Yeah, I love that. Right, what's this service then? So we're going to do this. We're going to go a bit further with that 37 now, but we're going the other way then towards Faversham. So I think we're 5 Zulu 58. So in reality, it'd be from Derby Litchurch Lane, and we'd be going to the depot at Ramsgate. But the chap who played, it was very good. I mean, the only thing I couldn't quite get was Timothy Spall as Peter Taylor. That was perhaps not a perfect fit. We've got 37. I mean, I think it's the same unit anyway, isn't it? But that was different livery last time. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, I mean, sometimes in these kind of reality sort of drama things, you know, you're sort of thinking, did he really say that? But everybody knows, and it's recounted by so many different people, that actually happened in real life. And, you know, I'm not even going to try and do the accent, but, I mean, absolutely adored Cloughie, really. He was such a character, and, you know, he might not have always been right in everything, of course, but you know, what he achieved was incredible. But yeah, I loved the whole of that film, and, you know, even down to that Yorkshire TV interview, and they had somebody playing Osty Mitchell, and those two YTV. Of course, you've seen them countless times on YouTube. The bloke who played Don Revy looked absolutely like him. There were just many great moments. Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, I mean, you could really, people like that in theory kind of should get you back up. But Cloughie never did. And I think everybody warmed to Cloughie. And I think, I mean, you just know, but all the stories you hear from all the players who played for him, who were just kind of like, there was nobody like him. But he was so unpredictable, but you would absolutely do everything you could for him. Whatever the phrase is about, you know, you'd climb a mountain with him because he was so inspirational. And ultimately, you know, I mean, I'm sure I believe he did swear like a trooper, but he liked his players to be good-mannered, to look smart, have the haircut, to play good football, not dirty football. And yeah, I mean, what fun it would have been. I mean, people say, don't they, would England have won the World Cup had he managed them? I mean, you can kind of see it would have gone both two ways. He either would have won things with them, or there would have been some great fallout, and he'd have packed it up in 5 minutes. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And again, you know, another fabulous actor. I'm hoping we do get a few green signals along the way at some point. mean, by rights, you kind of think films about sport and so on should be slightly on the naff side, but yeah, things like that with great actors and when it's well written are absolutely incredible. I mean, I know you've mentioned the royal family before, and again, brilliant with that, and you know, Sue Johnston and the whole crew, and of course Caroline Aherne, who died so young, and too young, and she was brilliant as well, just capturing that kind of everyday feeling of life. Yeah, it absolutely does. It does. And I've based it in June because I think sometimes, okay, the weather was beautiful yesterday, but a bit grim today, and sometimes you want to what have we got? We got yellow, haven't we? Sorry, I'm just panicking a bit, these signals. You want to see a bit of summer sunshine. No, we were kind of all right here, actually. I don't know about anybody else in the chat. I'm guessing Amaze Taves was okay down in London. Certainly all right here in Staffordshire. I suppose similar really to Shropshire. You know, kind of windy, but okay on Friday. And I'm not sure about anybody further north. Now, what's this damn signal? Oh, we're all right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about yourself, SCS, but it's kind of it's just finding the time to do it, isn't it? And but the one thing I have realised is, and again, it's all trial and error, but some of the earlier videos I used to edit the entire thing on Adobe Premiere, and then I'd find that it would take absolutely hours and hours and hours and hours to upload. And then since I've kind of put videos straight on from OBS Studio onto OBS Studio that haven't been edited with Adobe Premiere, they absolutely work like a dream. Yeah, sounds intriguing. Yeah, I'm interested as well. Why is it a special week, if you don't mind saying? Well, I suppose it's rude to ask a lady how old you are, but how old are you? I've got to the stage where, you know, birthdays used to be a big, well, I don't know whether they've ever been a big thing in my life, really. All right, wow. Oh, you didn't tell us that, Christopher. Many happy returns. Oh, marvellous. Well, I tell you what, I would take being that age at any day, sadly. It goes, I was going to swear then, but it goes incredibly quick, shall I say. Yeah, do you manage to have much of a celebration? By the way, the one thing I've always been asking myself, you know, I keep calling you Christopher because, of course, you say your name's Christopher on the stream, but do people call you Chris, or do you prefer Christopher? But so yeah, many happy returns, and again, just to ask again, what did you do? Anything exciting? Sorry, I'm getting like a political interrogator answer, asking loads of questions all in one. It's like 3 parts of the question. Ah, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, well, I'm a bit like that, to be honest, but sadly, nothing we can do about it. Yeah, I think it's I'm thinking of this because of all these adverts. There's a drama coming up about Maggie Thatcher and Brian Walden, and he was the arch political interrogator in the 80s and the 90s. He was brilliant, so I'm quite looking forward to that. I don't mind admitting. I'm kind of hoping with these signals that because we're kind of creeping along, that they should always be pretty much clear by the time we get to the next signal. I think this signal coming up is a bit of a tricky one because it's kind of just beyond the signal, isn't it? We're going to be, the view's going to be a bit obliterated by the lighting effects. Oh, is that a green? A green, I ask you? That's superb. I've not myself, not yet. No, I've not yet. I don't know whether I'll be going abroad this year. I mean, last couple of years I've tended to more than anything do train trips here and there. I mean, you might be thinking, oh, Auntie had enough of trains. It'd be nice if we find that we get a clear run now, but I've got a feeling it's not going to be clear all the way to Faversham, but you never know. Perhaps it was a Gillingham bound service that's gone into the depot. There we are, we're storming away now. Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah. I definitely, I mean, you know, I've been, goodness knows how many times, but Yeah, I'm not sure it'll be this year, but I definitely will be going back again. As I said to a friend before Christmas, because he's just been out to Thailand for about a month or so. I think he's coming back the next few days, but you know, I kind of said, look, have a good time, but I'm sure you will. It's virtually impossible not to have a good time in Thailand. Yeah, so you've obviously got your Northern Belt trip planned as well. Have you got any plans to go away? I mean, it's a natural thing to be thinking about, isn't it, this time of the year in January when the weather's lovely. Sorry, when the weather's lovely. Whilst the weather is so horrible. Oh, that's sad to hear. Yeah, well, perhaps you will at some point. I mean, you're certainly young yet. Plenty of time. Yeah, sounds nice, sounds lovely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love going. I love the holidays I've had abroad over the years. I won't lie, but I've absolutely loved the holidays in this country as well. And I mean, I shouldn't. What shall I say? I mean, I've been quite lucky as well over the years. I've generally had the Indian sign whenever I booked a week off. Or 2 weeks off. Generally I have good weather, so I've had some lovely holidays in this country. Yeah, Cornwall's absolutely beautiful. Well, I'll tell you what then, whilst we're on the subject of Cornwall, how are we doing for time? Let's have a quick look. So it doesn't take that long. I think we'll do a little bonus video for the next one then. This is still Trains in World, but we'll do an extra one that wasn't as advertised at the start of the programme. But we'll do a St Earth to St Ives and the Pacer. So it only takes a few minutes. I mean, my only criticism of Cornwall is just being there when it's fairly quiet, and you know, it's really is busy. Yeah, just, well, there you go. You mentioned Cornwall. I thought, well, it's, why not? That's what I don't really have to think about planning. It sort of fits a couple of things together because we talked about the Pacer last week. Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, you can do it in the 150 as well, in the Sprinter, or even in the 101, but it's such a beast, the journey from St Earth to St Ives, that it's quite good fun driving it in the Pacer. I mean, the daft thing is, we'll do it in the genuine skipper livery that they did at the time, the brown and cream, but they had an allocation in Cornwall of pacers, and I don't know how long it took them to realise, but it was the most absurd idea in the world. They were just not at all suited to the Cornwall branch line, so they soon gave up on that idea. So most of them ended up sort of, well, northern and sort of, you know, Lancashire, Yorkshire mainly. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, basically, just a, you know, a Leyland National bus on wheels. So yeah, so the orange one is, you're quite right. It's the Greater Manchester PTE, and the brown and cream ones were the Cornwall ones. They called them skippers, and then regional railways got the other ones were in blue. Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you what's great as well on the Train Sim World version. I mean, it's the one that Just Trains did last year, but they've managed to recreate that bounce excellently as well. The good thing is, from the comfort of your armchair at home, you don't have to worry about being bounced about too much. I suppose that's the next thing we want, don't we? We want one of those kind of you know, vibration things where you get the feeling that you're actually on the train. Yeah, and I probably rattled on and said exactly the same thing last week, but the idea was the British Rail were under a lot of pressure from the Tory government not to spend massively on the railway, so they were looking for a cheap replacement to the life expired first generation DMUs. Yes indeed. There's a few versions of them as well. The 141s were the original ones, then the 142s, which we're about to ride on, and 143s. Might even have been a 144, I think, but they gradually got slightly better, but you couldn't get past the fact that it didn't matter which way you looked at it. The fact is, they were still not proper bogies. We're on time. We're only 7 minutes away from our destination of Faversham. I mean, in reality, we'll be taking this on to Ramsgate. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the only slight criticism, I mean, the West Cornwall local, which was, it's got its nice bits about it, and I won't do Penzance bit of it tonight. It's just going to be to St Ives, but the St Ives bit slightly crudely done, so it got a bit of criticism at the time. I think the problem is, and you know, I'm sure the Mace Taser would comment on this, but you get a lot of criticism on the forums because you know, everything is expected to be 100% perfect. Yeah, absolutely. I remember them, the Austin Allegro. Yeah, I remember my father looking for a new car to replace his Cortina, and I remember Mum saying, "Oh, love that! Look at them Austin Allegros, look lovely." But we didn't buy one, as it goes. Totally sure the exact purpose of this move, but it could be something to do with, it might have been about to be serviced, or it's been serviced, or something awry. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, there's kind of so many levels, because, you know, you're trying to think of ugly trains, and there've been a few of them over the years. I mean, funnily enough, the Merseyrail chap who was on, we were talking about, like, I mean, I love the 507s, the 508s, but the predecessors to that, the 502s, were an ugly looking beast. I mean, the 76s that were used on the old Manchester Piccadilly across to Sheffield Victoria on the Woodhead line, they were ugly looking trains. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is, I mean, I guess, I think the thing is, had I ridden on Pacers every day, you know, my life, you know, I don't know, getting a train up from Manchester Piccadilly or Leeds or whatever it might be, I'd absolutely abhor and hate the things. But for their uniqueness and, you know, the fact I probably only went on one once or twice, I could almost call myself a fan of the Pacers. Yeah, no, I agree with you there, STS. Voyagers, yeah, and, you know, you always had that horrible toilet smell, it always seemed as though, as well, for some reason. I think the 377s, yeah, they're alright, not massively exciting. The sounds weren't brilliant, but funnily enough, I like driving it on Train Simulator. Yes, yeah, I've done it a couple of times, yeah. I certainly went on one, I think it might have been Crewe Liverpool, but I've certainly been Liverpool Lime Street to kind of the slow service to Manchester, I don't know if it's Piccadilly, Victoria, probably Piccadilly. Yeah, so I've done it a couple of times. And actually more recently, I think it was on the East Lancs Railway, but there was a pacer on there as well doing like a shuttle service, and that was one of the Yorkshire ones. I think it was a 143 or a 144, so I went on that. So yeah, I quite enjoyed it. It's not quite as good as the old Heritage, like the 101, or well, one of the old DMUs where you can sit behind the cab and watch the driver, and you've got a full line view ahead. Yeah, that's the trouble, isn't it? You know, love of trains is one thing, but comfort's another. I mean, I think in more recent times, I mean, the one we'll be driving is kind of going back to the 80s, but I think in more recent times they were actually refurbished and they had some much better seats put in. Yeah, absolutely right, yeah. Still get some weird and wonderful liveries because of all the mods I've installed over time. I mean, this is where you go a bit AWS crazy, because you've got one for the 60. And then you've got a single yellow there, so 1.2 miles. So I'm assuming there's a signal before the platform. I can't remember if platform 4 is the bay one or not. Possibly is. Yeah, 2 hours is too long for a pacer. I mean, even the 150s, which were a step up, are looking quite jaded nowadays, and I don't know whether they're still doing it, but Transport for Wales kind of put some of those on the on longer distance services, like sort of Manchester, Cardiff or something sometimes. Yeah, we definitely red. Kind of hoping as we get up to it, it might clear. I don't know if it's approach control. Ah, excellent. We've got the yellow and the feather now. Yeah, the funny thing is, isn't it? I mean, I'm kind of not old enough to remember third class, but I mean, even the idea of calling it second class, people, most ages now would be saying, what's second class? There's no such thing as second class, and of course that was an old British Rail thing in the, I suppose it's the 80s really, where they thought, wait a minute, we don't want to be calling our passengers second class, so let's call it standard. And I mean, that's a bit better than economy, because economy and when you're flying sounds and is basic, but a bit too slow with the 15 drop down there. And again, I think we mentioned this before, but I quite like. I know what you said. I think you didn't like the idea particularly on the Avanti with this standard premium or whatever they call it. But I know what you mean. You don't get the free drink and stuff. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. Yeah, it's kind of gone in both ways, hasn't it? And I think you went back to a point where first class was for business people and for the gentry. that could afford it, but you know, you then got to the point, well, nowadays, you know, I would say it's affordable in every case, but there are affordable first class out there, so a lot of people do it. But yeah, as you say, I mean, you talk about cattle class, and I think, you know, you really were in the realms of it being poor in third class back in the day. So I'm just loading the game up. I mean, I'm intrigued as well. I've seen. I'd love to go on one actually, but you've seen some of these rail tours where they've run the odd steam train through the Met line, going back in time. I mean, some of those carriages, I think, really were kind of the equivalent of carrying cattle. Right, so we're going to do this West Cornwall route. There we are, that's the Pacer. So we'll do one of the, what was it, the 85 ones. I think that's the 93. Slightly different engines and God knows what in them. Can't do it in January, can we? It's got to be August, hasn't it, if we're in Cornwall. We'll do a nice... there we go. We'll go St Turth to St Ives, so only 12 minutes. Yeah, oh definitely, yeah, and don't worry about, you know, keep talking about it, because absolutely hats off to you, and it's going to be one hell of a special day. And I think, you know, worth every penny. It's just a nice treat. Slightly different than this thing. Good thing is this has actually got the so let's just stick the lights on. I don't know, we only want marker, I think. How do you go back? Anyway, we'll do with that. Yeah, we'll keep the instrument panel. I'm just yeah, just to see we have got the bus seats in there. Can actually see out, and I mean, I've not done it on the stream, but you can actually drive this like as a passenger. Let's say drive as a passenger, sit as a passenger. Yeah, absolutely, 100% right. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I must do it one day. There we are. It's doors shut in like in Bustel. Oh, I tell you what we've not done. We've not done the destination display, have we? Quite right, hang on, we're getting there. At least we're on the... Oh, nope, Turth. That's it, St Ives. Right, make sure we got that right. Yep, that'll do us. Yeah, I mean, I think such things like that worth every penny. I mean, I know it's expensive, but just say you're not going to be doing it every week, or so it's well worth it.
You will shortly be arriving at Midlands.
You'll get a little feeling for how unsuitable these things were on this service. And I love the way it grinds through the gears like it would do on a bus. Kind of. I mean, they do live up to the name. Uh, 75, I think. There we go. Yeah. Not stopping here. I think this is a request stop only, as I recall. Don't know why we haven't got any people requesting, but anyway. Yeah, absolutely. We should get some views of the coastline. Wait a minute.
The next station stop is Midlands.
So it's only a short route anyway. I mean, it's lovely. I mean, actually on the main line you can do Penzance to St Austell, but it's good that they put the branch line in on this route, and the fact you can drive it with 3 different trains as well. A lot of criticism about the sounds on the 150, but they're absolutely spot on this thing. Funny, we talk about how uncomfortable they are. I mean, I reckon those 3 people there, they're waiting for the next one in case it's not a pacer. But I do love driving them, I must say, on the game. Quite a fun unit to drive. I mean, I think it's SCS South Western who does the buses as well, and you know, this feels a bit like a bus. I haven't got any particular wish to buy a bus simulator, but I mean, if we got kind of one that was up to these graphical standards and it was kind of UK real routes, I'd be semi-interested, I must admit.
We will shortly be arriving at Carbis Bay.
Of course, that is the voice of Tom from Train Sim TV, who also works for Just Trains. He voiced the announcements. Certainly one of the prettiest branch lines you'll find anywhere. I'm fine, thank you, Connery. Sorry, I'm saying Connery. I'm fine, Connor. Yeah, hope you were fine as well. And yeah, thank you last week for all that announcement stuff that you did. Okay, thanks for taking the time to watch the stream. Always appreciated. Yeah, if you shut your eyes, you're on the bus, aren't you? Absolutely is. Beautiful views of the coastline coming into effect now. I mean, a small confession, I've been to Cornwall a handful of times in my life and I love Cornwall, it's beautiful, but I have never been to St Ives, and I can't believe, knowing about this branch line and how steep the climbs are and this, that and the other, I can't believe I've never done it. Carbis Bay is our penultimate, penultimate stop. Then we'll be through to St Ives. You really do feel as though you're climbing here.
The next stop is Carbis Bay.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those places where I feel as though I should have been. Why haven't I ever been to St Ives? That's a gap I have to fill in at some point. So if you're watching this from the start, or you've watched bits and pieces and you've dipped in and out and you think, well, hang on a minute, he didn't say he was going to do this run, but it's just a little bit of a bonus one. And again, good time to mention, but if you're enjoying the video, enjoying the stream, and you've not subscribed before, then I'd be tremendously grateful if you would like and subscribe. Try and keep the support for the stream going, and it's, you know, really appreciated. And just hope you're enjoying the videos, really. And I'll keep on trying to put more videos up. It's only a short ride, and then we're on to the 323. Then we're back to Birmingham. for the West Midlands railway service between Bromsgrove and Four Oaks. And then just reminding myself I've got to do a bit of ironing as well when I've finished. Do try and do the washing on a Sunday and then get the ironing done before the stream, but I'm slightly behind schedule on that today, so it's going to be the stream followed by the ironing this week. We are coming into the beautiful St Ives. I think we are kind of over the crest of the big hill here, so kind of get those brakes on in anticipation of the descent towards our final stop at St Ives. And we have got a 15 miles an hour speed limit as well just before the platforms. I mean, sometimes in Train Simulator, you do these journeys, and I'll say places I've not been to in real life, and you think, I've got to go there. It's lovely to do the journeys that you have done many times, but it's lovely to do it the other way around as well, experience something that you've only done on Train Simulator. There you go, so this is the wonderful fishing village of St Ives. Why does it say unload passengers? What does it mean? I think sometimes it's when it gets slightly out of sea. If you're a bit early, oh no, locked doors, so it should be alright, yeah. Yeah, that was enjoyable, enjoyed that. So just a very, very, very quick look. It's great the fact that you do the free roam thing, but if we kind of go away from the train as well, and you can see you've got the there's the bay itself. I mean, it's obviously very it's done on a rudimentary kind of manner, but you know, it's there. That's St Ives. Okay, so that's that. And then we've got one more run, which is the scheduled. We're back on schedule now with the Cross City line. So we're going to do Bromsgrove to Four Oaks. So again, Train Sim World 5. So we've had a half and half run this week. Yeah, I think if you went 75 mile an hour between St Turth and St Ives in that pacer, you would very much end up in the sea. So, Birmingham Cross City, I've not streamed this route before, so we're going to get the 323 going, and then, oh wait a minute, no, we need to select the timetable. We'll do, what are we doing? Two, I can't read my own writing, I think it's 2 Yankee 28. Tried 2 Uniform 28. Remind me later, please. That's the one, yeah, 1010. So again, I think we'll go for something a bit better weather than January. So we'll go for June. Driver mode. It's quite a while since I've driven this actually. Most of the times when I've driven the 323, it's tended to be from Redditch, so for me I thought a bit of a change. Let's go Bromsgrove, and again you'll see the difference compared with the HST, even as how it manages the climb. I 100% Merseyrail train simulator route builder. I think, you know, there's no doubt about that really. Obviously the issue at the moment still, apart from graphical glitches like that, obviously the main issue still is the fact that you are still only getting bits of routes here and there, and you know there's still an awful long way to go, because I think Train Sim Classic started, as I recall, 2007 I think it was. Started off as Rail Simulator, then became Railworks, and then eventually Train Simulator, and then they kind of settled on this Train Sim Classic name. But Train Sim World's a lot more recent, only over the last few years, so it's just a slow process, but we're gradually getting more routes that are coming on all the time. So, you know, we've got did I put any headlights on this thing? I can't remember now. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely amazing. Yeah, but my pleasure. Yeah, yeah. No, it just came up to me as I thought. You know, I mean, you were talking about Cornwall and everything. I thought, come on, let's give it a go. Kind of a route I forget about that exists. I mean, the good thing I suppose about a lot of these routes in train sim world is that it's essentially DVD. I thought we'd put that on, hadn't we? Maybe not. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We've got the AWS on. That's the main thing I'm bothered about. Yeah, my pleasure. You know, slightly different going from Cornwall to the West Midlands, but I think this part of the world is not so bad though either. Now Bromsgrove. We are essentially a service that will be stopping very regularly en route to Four Oaks. We're not going as far as Lichfield, but it's about an hour's drive, I think, all told. But once we get past Longbridge, it'll be, I think we're more or less all stations then. I thought the game was going to crash on me then. But yeah, it's good to see, you know, well, we're looking forward really. I mean, we don't know what's going to come out massively in 2025, apart from we know of at least 3 routes coming out, because we've got we've got Wilston Junction to Stratford and the London Overground. Talking about UK routes, we've got the Manchester commuter route from Alan Thompson Simulation, and we've got the Welsh Valleys one as well, which is going to be good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I don't keep on playing the Cross City line. I quite like it, but I think if we got a situation where you got cross country services coming through, you got freight trains coming through on this section, and then you got a busy Birmingham New Street with Pendolinos, 350s, 170s, then it would be absolutely superb. Yeah, I don't know. I quite like the 323s, but I mean, at some point I've said before, but yeah, one of these days I'll remember to press the right 2 buttons for the horn on this thing. I quite like the 323, but you know, nostalgia reasons really. But I do hope that we get the modern version of the units that are used on this line at some point. Remember these being absolutely the latest thing. I mean, I'm old enough to remember actually on the Cross City line there being DMUs before it was electrified. Yeah, I'm fine, thank you, Connor. Hope you too. I think they're just horses for courses, really, aren't they? They're obviously, you know, pretty good at accelerating, and they are, you know, they slow down pretty quickly. And the fact of the matter is, I mean, you've got this long stretch really between Bromsgrove and Longbridge, but once we get into the stopping all stations mode, then we'll be stopping every couple of minutes. Right, well, I could see him. I don't know. Funnily enough, I think we had some issues with the chat roundabout last week on similar time, but I don't know. Ah, here we go. Yeah. Seven Oaks. Ah, you're good on your southeastern services as well, are you? Yeah, I think it did. I think it did. Safety information is provided on posters in every carriage. Yeah, I've got a bit of a soft spot for the 323s, I must say. You know, the old UFO sounds and everything on them. And again, you know, comparing graphics and the Merseyrail gentleman said, well, you know, is it really a lot more superior in Train Sim World? I think this shows it off, and you can compare. You know, we kind of were on this route on Train Sim Classic earlier. You know, Cape was a very old route, and there are better models than that now. But you know, it's chalk and cheese, isn't it? Slightly went past the 3-car marker, I think. We will shortly be arriving at Elephant and Castle. Will we really? Ha 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 ha. Change here for the Bakerloo and Northern lines. Right, okay. Right, okay. This station is Elephant and Castle. You know, it's funny, isn't it? But if somebody's watching this video back, and okay, you can on YouTube, you can pull the chat in as well, but I bet there's somebody watching this who might think, what on earth's he talking about? That's not Elephant and Castle. This isn't London. This train terminates at Seven Oaks. Yeah, I like it. Right, so Northfield's left next, and yeah, you do have to keep a kind of a sharp eye out for these stations, because they do come up really thick and fast. mean, I think that's the most disappointing fact about this cross city line is, you know, you're pretty much only going to see another 323, aren't you? And I think that's what we need. We need a hugely upgraded timetable. Yeah, well, I suppose you get these oddities, don't you? Is that a mod, or is that just how it is in the game? Oh, what happened there? I mean, I went out to that wide angle and it was still glitchy. That's the service from London Blackfriars, Connor. I'll have to do that one actually one week on the stream, because that route's perfectly possible on Train Sim Classic, the full run from London Blackfriars to Sevenoaks via brilliantly named Baton Ball. Now, I'm not going to massively go in for the timetable. I'm just going to get clear once we've loaded the passengers up. Ah, fantastic, yeah. I mean, much as though I think we were talking about, you know, they're not the nicest of trains in the world, the Voyagers in real life, but I would quite like to have one on Train Sim World, and you know, sort of a cross-country route to go with it. And I think it fell a lot of gaps in as well, and you know, it'd be good to be able to come into Birmingham New Street and see a Voyager would be quite decent. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I remember Julie Berry. Very clear and precise is Julie Berry. I mean, I was tremendously excited when this route came out, in actual fact, but I must confess, it isn't one I keep coming back to week in, week out. I'd still love to know all this business about this licensing as well, because obviously, see it better on this side, can't we? But you know, they got the license to use West Midlands Railway, and then they thought when they did West Coast Mainline South that they had the license for LNWR, and to the extent that they're even posting pictures of the stations with LNWR branding. Then of course it all went wrong. I mean, I've always wondered whether it's kind of whether the reality was they had the brand. Yeah, I know it's the same company, but you know, they said, look, you've got the okay to use West Midlands Railway, but not LNWR. Yeah, it could be. Could be because of the leaks. Which, you know, if it was, it's a shame really, because it's kind of like, you know, did it really matter? I mean, I for one was, it made me even more hyped for the West Coast Main Line South when the leaks came out, because it was like, will it be, won't it be? It looks as though it could well be. I was dead excited. Ah, right, that's an interesting one. Kentish Town, the final destination. I didn't know there was any services that terminated there. This is the absolutely lovely chocolate-coloured dairy milk Bourneville. If you felt like a chocolate bar, then this is it. And I love the detail that they've got into to replicate the station accurately. So whilst we're, where are we? Camera 8 for the free. Where's my cursor gone? I can't remember where it is. Where is the damn place now? But we've got, we certainly have got the old Bourneville Cadbury buildings. This is part of it, isn't it? Yeah, it's all up here. There's kind of a definitive angle I'm missing, but I can't remember. Anyway, let's get moving. I don't, to be honest. I think it's good. But on the other hand, I mean, I know I've seen one YouTuber that's streamed with it. You know, he's sort of sitting there driving it, and it's in the background. But I don't really see it's a great purpose. And it's not like you could synchronise it with your, you know, a particular scenario or route on the train game or anything like that. I mean, I much prefer. I mean, I think it's still. I haven't looked at it recently, but I still love the railannouncements.co.uk website, where they've got. You can click on any station and you kind of get live announcements. And okay, it's not Anne Jeremy doing the announcements, but it is. It does feel pretty realistic. I'd love you to be able to kind of use that sort of stuff on train sim, but you can't, sadly. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I tell you what, if you could buy one, I mean, you won't be old enough to remember, but I remember those old split flap departure boards where they sort of went round. And they were absolutely fascinating to watch. If I could have one of them in my house, I'd think I've died and gone to heaven. I mean, I think I've seen people on YouTube where they've actually made them as well, but I think that's kind of, well, I've kind of got no technical ability over things like that, but I'd love to see that. Here at Sally Oak. Again, reminding myself just how great this route is, really. another 323 coming in. I don't know, actually, I've just thought GSMR. Yeah, we should have knocked that on at the start. Never did it on the HST run either. But you know, I mean, that rail announcements thing, it's well, I mean, I've had it on for a couple of hours in the background just whilst idling away doing nothing, because you know, it's literally live, and you get you know, if there's a delay, it's basically all real time, which is superb, really. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform. Mind the gap. This is University, so we're not far off now from Birmingham New Street, are we? We've got, I think it's 5 ways, isn't it, after this, and then New Street itself. Again, I think this is kind of like how the station is in real life now. I can't remember where it is now, but you've got the you could see the hospital buildings, can't you? And it feels like, you know, if you didn't know any different, you'd be thinking that's a cruise liner in the background. It's like 3 cruise liners, isn't it? But again, you know, great that they went to the detail to put that in. There we go. We've even got the mind the gap announcement at the station here. So keep an eye out for 5 ways. And then I think I didn't mention it earlier on, but I think I said last week. But I think it's 5 ways because there are 5 tunnels essentially. Although, you know, almost feels like 1 tunnel, but 5 tunnels between 5 ways and then Birmingham New Street itself. Again, I mean, it really is chalk and cheese between Train Sim Classic and Train Sim World. You look at the 2. Just a quick reminder, if you are enjoying the videos, the stream, please like and subscribe, always appreciated. I'm impressed by your spelling, actually, Connor. Do you spell it out, or do you type all these names in, or is this, or do you copy and paste them somewhere? Because some of these stations I would spell incorrectly. Yeah, they're all stations that are on Train Sim Classic, by the way. Ah, right, okay. You say obviously, but I take it that's your local station, is it? Excellent. Yeah, it's really, really good, isn't it? And really good. I mean, he's very cautious. Well, I think he's got a right to be, because at one point he actually put the Anne Jeremy announcements up there, and he got a from somewhere. He found a completely clear recording of all the Anne Jeremy, pretty much the whole of the country. But they got taken down, sadly, copyright reasons. So I think he's kind of keen to stress that you shouldn't be using them for commercial use, which is a shame, really, because I'd love to see these and yeah, absolutely. It's a thrilling section, isn't it? I remember the old. I mean, you probably won't remember it, but there was an old game called BVE. I think it's still around, but there was a version of the Cross City line from Redditch into Birmingham New Street, and sort of realism-wise, it kind of knocked the spots off everything, and it was absolutely really fun. Yeah, hello Rory. Welcome to the stream, thank you very much. I mean, now it looks it looks excuse me, losing my voice. Did I ever put any lights on this thing? Now it looks incredibly old hat. But in terms of back in the day, I don't know if there's any YouTube videos knocking about. Actually, Dad Rail has streamed it, and yeah, graphically, it's behind the times now, but the attention to detail, the catenary was just absolutely incredible. Yeah, good evening, Rory. By the way, welcome to the stream, and I know I'm sure you've watched before, haven't you? Thanks for watching. As we're coming to Birmingham New Street again, just a reminder, thanks for people watching, and please like and subscribe. Yeah, I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? And to me, I mean, just having the announcements on the screen is good enough, but the fact that you can play you can actually get sound from it as well is absolutely amazing. I mean, it's just a shame, isn't it, with Birmingham New Street looks so empty. I mean, I must have a go at doing a scenario at some point, and if we can get a situation where it's busy, because we've got the trains for it really in the game now. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, well, I'm sure it does. I mean, I haven't played it for a while, so you might find, I don't know, perhaps, I don't know whether there's ever glitches on it, but it worked last time, because I had it at Crewe, which is kind of my local station, so it was good to do. So here we are at Birmingham New Street, so sort of Connor style, but Platform 8 is the 10:45 Cross City service. to Four Oaks. We'll be calling at Duddeston, Aston, Gravelly Hill, Erdington, Chester Road, Wild Green, Sutton Coldfield and Four Oaks. Oh, excuse me. I was hoping for that second cup of coffee from my brother, but he's forgotten tonight, unfortunately. So I'm not going to keep to time once we get back out into country again, as it were, but I thought, well, we'll keep to time at this moment anyway. And we'll leave at 10:45, so we'll just kind of depart from the stations after that, pretty much as is. So again, just where are we now? Yeah, the free camera mode there doesn't really do us very good, does it? But you know, all this detail and amazing, but sadly empty. I mean, I love how the fact that, you know, all of this is represented properly as well on there. Excuse me. Can't remember many times when I've stopped at Duddeston, actually. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and as I say, I'm slightly old news because I've not played it in ages, and for all I know, it might be they might have had some issue with it or some reason why they can't do it anymore. But it was literally announcing every train when I last played it. I mean, I've always said I love Dovetail Games to do some sort of collaboration, you know, with some of these announcements people, and you know, get official licenses and stuff and get them in the game. All right, perhaps it's not working now. I'll have to have a look at it at some point. This is a great section. I mean, again, it'd be, you know, if it was a bit more live and you got 2 or 3 trains coming in and out, then it'd be so much the better. But I love the bit out of Birmingham New Street. You've got the rotunda in the background, and then all the HS2 stuff going on there. I mean, I haven't actually plugged me power brake controller thing in for ages, but it used to be a slight nuisance of controlling because it wasn't really designed for Train Sim World 5. It was more for Train Sim Classic, so you kind of had the situation where you'd try the brakes and it kind of wouldn't do it notch by notch with the controller. All right, okay, yeah. Yeah, usually when I've done cross city line services before, we've not stopped at Duddeston. Yeah, well done for your initiative anyway with these stuff, Connor. Crikey, it's rush hour at Duddeston. Yeah, it's a lovely old route. But it needs a new timetable, that's the problem. And I think that's one of the problems with Train Sim World, in as much as, you know, it's easy for me to sit in my chair and say, do a new timetable. It takes, you know, it would improve it massively, but it's a huge job in its own right. So we'll keep an eye on these signals because we've got double yellow there. As I recall, it's pretty much approach control stuff, so I don't think we've got absolutely masses to worry about. It's the other side of the platform anyway, isn't it? Aston. And I love how it's kind of like clearly there were active lines going on over the far side, but quite like how the shrubbery's been done. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think, like we've said before, you know, such things take priority over watching train sim stuff. I mean, I'm not too far off anyway, am I really? So thank you for watching, much appreciated. Thanks for your ongoing support, really appreciated. And I'll try and keep an eye out for your videos as well, because I know just how much effort goes into making and creating these videos. So congratulations for all the work, the hard work that you put in as well. So I'll see you again soon. The doors will open automatically at the next station. Sure they will, Connor. I'll try and get a bit of an uphill view here, because I've done that one, mate. You perhaps just chopped out from the video a little bit, but I did do a quick run from St Earth to St Ives. It was only a few minutes back, but when you finished, you could watch it back. But we just did a quick run of the Pacer. Yeah, that was before this. I'd love to have the line to Walsall represented and all the Bescott yard and stuff like that put in. That would be a interesting one with freight and stuff as well. Right, what have we got going on up here? A bit of the spaghetti junction. Yeah, no worries at all. You know, at the end of the day, you know, it's a 4-hour stream, and I think it'd be hard going for anybody to watch every second of it all the way through. I think my brother very much likes what I do, and you know, he appreciates the effort I put in and all the rest of it, but I don't think he'd sit and watch it. I think he says, I hear enough of your voice as it is. Of course, Gravelly Hill. Again, this is very much all part of the Spaghetti Junction, and of course it's officially known as the Gravelly Hill Interchange. It was a journalist who nicknamed it Spaghetti Junction. I think he saw it from a helicopter, I believe, and then he kind of made the comment, oh, wait a minute, it looks like Spaghetti Junction, and the name has stuck forevermore. Oh, well done for all the train announcements. Where's the train? Wasn't sure where we were then. But you know, I love the detail. It's a nice detail in there. It's a beautifully created route. So just double check. So Gravelly Hill, so Erdington, Chester Road, Wild Green, Sutton Coldfield, Four Oaks. So that's not too bad, is it? It's about 15 minutes left. Alright, I didn't realise Manchester United had an evening fixture as well. I think it's just the God mode, isn't it? As I recall, I think it's just a pack file from what I remember. You know, and obviously then you've got this drop down thing with that you can control different bits and pieces. Of course, it helps the fact that we're playing in the summer. Yeah, I think so, yeah. Can't recall downloading any other I mean, I might have downloaded a ballast pack, something like that, maybe. I don't know, can't remember. But I think I've only got the God mode on. And it kind of certainly makes everything stand out a lot better. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, I mean, if you try, like, I don't know, if we were doing this service in January, it would look rubbish, but then I think it helps the fact that we're doing a June service. I've not tried downloading it yet, but I like this idea of this weather thing as well, where you can replicate the real weather. But then part of me thinks as well, I like to drive trains when, you know, in nice sunshine. I don't want it to look grim and horrible. But you know, this is kind of summer, isn't it? You know, one of the passengers there, I'm sure he just almost looked as though he was falling off the train and then seemed to fall back on again. So I'm being a bit naughty, really, because I'm leaving before the scheduled departure time. I always find the timetable on the Cross City line, it's just too slack. I mean, I think it's the Bakerloo line that I'll never ever manage to get to time on. But on the Cross City line, it's the other way round. It's, you find yourself like 2 minutes ahead of arrival. And I don't know why that is. Whether it's something to do with the power in the train that's not quite realistic, I don't know. We're coming into Chester Road. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. I've found that. You know, you think you're miles out and then it never recover. I mean, I guess the one thing that I do find it difficult, it's difficult to know the exact kind of precise points that you're supposed to start braking. I'd love to kind of know from a Bakerloo line driver what the exact technique is coming into particularly the tunnel section. You know, what speed limit, what point do you... And I think if you can kind of get your idea and your head around that. I mean, it always feels as though when you're in real life, it feels as though you're coming into the platform dead fast and then you stop quite suddenly. But I'm sure the reality is you probably slow down a lot more than you think. It always looks faster, I think, looking on the side, particularly when you're in a tunnel. Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? It's but it's kind of like, you know, it's judging the exact bit where, you know, you should be able to. I forgot which brake modes there are now on the 72 stop, but you know, you kind of, you know, sort of brake step 2 or whatever it is, and then you ease off at the end. I think kind of the idea, but. What is it about? Oh no, I'm all right. I was thinking, just making all these comments about braking and stuff, and then I thought I'm going to come flying into this station now and completely miss the stop. Yeah, I would agree with you there. I think, yeah, about 30 is about the right point. You don't want to be, you know, if you brake too earlier than that, then you're just going to be crawling into the station. The one that always gets me slightly, I always find, is the bit between Queen's Park and the first station in the tunnel section, and you feel as though you're going downhill a lot and you're racing away, and I always find that one slightly challenging. So Sutton Coldfield is our next stop. It's a nice old station as well, isn't it? And I hope when we go into Four Oaks, we should be getting into the Bay platform, shouldn't we? Hopefully. I do love the Bakerloo line, and I'd love to see more tube stuff. Hopefully it'll happen at some point in the future. I mean, I'm looking forward to that overground stuff as well with Willesden. I know we've got a train sim classic, but Willesden Junction to Stratford, so we'll get the 378, and it'll be a great opportunity for some freight stuff and even rail tours stuff as well. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, and I do enjoy that. I do enjoy it quite a ride. I mean, it doesn't take too long as well, which is kind of good when you've got a spare 20 minutes or whatever it takes. Sort of Elephant and Castle on a Queen's Park service. I mean, much as though it'd be nice to have it all integrated. I mean, it's good that you can kind of do the route hopping thing and, you know, use the new West Coast Main Line South, so that when you're going through the rest of the stations to Harrow and Wealdstone, you go past the other. You see the Pendolinos and all the other stuff racing by. I think it's like anything. I mean, I've said it a million times before, but you know, I don't think we'll ever be totally happy until we've got every route in every situation, in every train. But, you know, how realistic that is, I don't know. Maybe eventually it'll be a lot easier to recreate. Even then, people would say, yeah, but you've got every train and every route in the UK that exists now, but what about 50 years ago and all the rest of it? I mean, I did think the January roadmap was a bit on the quiet side, but I suppose part of me also thinks, well, hang on a minute, the stuff that they've announced for months anyway, you know, they've still got to release all that before we get into the realms of Train Sim World 6, so it takes time, I guess. Of course, everybody's wondering what Rivet games will release next in terms of like a UK route. I mean, I think, are they doing that Austrian one? I'm not sure. But then again, maybe now DTG might actually not actually even credit Rivet games with a route when it comes out. So we're coming into Four Oaks anyway. So it's going to be the end of the stream. Thank you very much for everybody that's watched tonight. Really appreciated your company. And of course, lastly, that's been FCS Southwestern. Thank you very much for the chat. But I've enjoyed the chat all the way through. All the people that have contributed has been absolutely marvellous as ever. So I'll try and get some, well, a video probably realistically up in the week. Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. We do wonder, don't we? We do wonder. But again, just to say, if you've not liked and subscribed to the channel, then anybody that wants to do so, then please do so. It'd be gratefully appreciated. All the support is massively appreciated, and thank you as ever to all the people that have done so far. You'd think there in reality, probably the signalman would have let that train through and held us. Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Thank you. I don't know what to put up in the week yet. I'll have to have a think. It's just that balance, really. I'm sure you'll find this as well, but it's just having the time to do these things. So, you know, doing things that are obviously very engaging and interesting and watchable, but also, you know, you've got other things going on as well in real life. There's one single thing about Train Sim World I'd love to solve. It's that glitching thing. But anyway, that's it. So yeah, thank you very much again for watching. And just one last time, I'll say it, but yeah, if you've not done it before, then please like and subscribe. Yeah, is that... I see what you mean, yeah. A chance of... I don't know whether you mean you or me. But yeah, I like the idea. Yeah, yeah. One of these weeks we'll probably end up both doing the same video. But yeah, thank you very much. And until next week, for the live stream anyway, it's goodbye from Power Flower, Trains and Planes. Thank you again, everybody. Until next week, bye-bye. Yeah, have a good rest of the night for you too. Good night.